Welcome to TaleLearnCode. Here there will be tales about software development, learning from each other, code to build solutions. And now your host, Chad Green.
Oh, shoot. There we go. Oh, I gotta get this fixed. Hold on. Goodness. Why is my green screen off here? There we go. Well, maybe. I don't know why my camera's all messed up tonight. There we go. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks, everyone, for joining in. One of these days, I'll actually remember to test all my equipment beforehand. That might be helpful. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Here, let's do this real quick here.
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
Get everything started right.
Good evening.
There we go. Get everything started right with, thank you, Ryan, so much with that 3 months of subscription. I really do appreciate that. It really does mean something to me. All right. I'm going to get right into it. We were working the other night. Hey there, Tojo. Here, let's go here. So the other night we were working on Azure Communication Services, and sure enough, we were able to get it to send. Hey there, you go Sponge. Welcome. Good evening. Happy Friday to you. So I'll say, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. I never know what day of the week it is. All right, Wednesday, we're working on this Azure Communication Services. We were able to send a text message, and we were able to receive a text message, and then send back something. And I mean, we did very rudimentary logic, but for what I need to demo on Monday, basically I have a meeting at the company to demo what we could do with this, possibilities with this technology. That's fine. It doesn't need to do anything more complicated than a simple get a message and respond back. So now what I do want to do, I had to reboot my computer. So here's the interesting part. This whole thing, this Azure Event Grid viewer, and the reason why it's empty right now is because I actually rebooted my computer, so anything I did today got wiped out. Let's just do, hey ho, just sending something in here. And there we go. So we see the message being received. And there, it sent me something back. Now here's the interesting part. There we go. Look. So this is interesting. If you remember Wednesday night, I wasn't sure if this wasn't working, or maybe there's a really long delay. And I have sent an email asking for some asking several questions. That's what I'm trying to say. And that was one of the questions, like how long should we expect this message here, this SMS delivery report received event to happen? I have not got a response from that yet. But, sure enough, I sent that, and then, sure enough, actually, I sent that Thursday morning. I didn't send it Wednesday evening, but when I got to my computer Thursday morning, I had a whole bunch of these, right, from the, all the jobs we did trying to see if we could get it to work. So it's interesting, but now you see it happening right away. So, again, I still don't know if that's something to do with the carrier, right? So, like I said, I'm on AT&T, so it's AT&T. Sometimes it's really fast, sometimes really slow. Was maybe the Azure service having problems at that point, right? And so who knows? But we are getting them, right? Because the other thing we want to do is we want to create, again, a simple database to be able to save these. And I might even just mock that. I might not actually save it. I might not. Actually, yeah, we'll see what we're going to do with that. So, so again, and I don't have Notepad open anymore because, like I said, I had to reboot my computer. Stupid Windows updates. But we want to be able to receive a message. Let's just say an SMS message. All right. And when we receive it, we're going to store it, right, somewhere. Or store it in the database, not somewhere. Store it in database, right? Because we want to, we want to keep track of communication to and from the company and customers, right? And we want to be able to probably to respond, automatic response, right? And again, that automatic response might be, that might be as simple as stored in punch cards. Yeah, there you go. Well, sure enough, we're still using PeopleSoft, so that's about the same thing as punch cards, isn't it? And sure enough, the VP I work with a lot is a big SAP guy. We don't have SAP, but so I'm sitting there like, what's with all this ancient technology? Yeah, so store in the database, do an automatic response, and then probably what I also want to have in here is, hey there, C-Films, how's it going? I am doing wonderful. I hope you have been having a wonderful day, and I hope you had a great week. Now we're at the end of the week. Sure enough, anyone have any big plans for the weekend? I know what I'm gonna do. Wife's got to go to work tomorrow, so so I'll have to take care. Hey there, Phil. So sure enough, I'll have to take care of some of the stuff around the house. Because it's one of those things. So she didn't work yesterday because of the ice storm, and then they were like, "Yeah, now we're really behind," and I don't know. That place is a little bit cutthroat. So I don't know what I'll be doing this weekend. I know I'll be building Lego. I'll definitely be building Lego tomorrow evening. Building, at least starting with some things for Valentine's Day. Although those are really small sets. We'll probably a Lego snowman. Yeah, there you go. Well, see, the thing is, all we got here was ice. You can't really build, you can't build anything with that, right? It just covers everything. I tell you, I gotta admit, that's the problem here, right? Like I said, we don't get a lot of snow. We get a lot of ice, and I'd rather have snow than ice. Single Awareness Day. Yeah, well, there could be some value in being signal, right? Signal. This will be, so this is our 27th 26th Valentine, because we met in March. So it would have been 26 Valentines. Actually, we're celebrating our 25th anniversary in April. Can't do anything because everything's closed down. We really wanted to take a really nice cruise or go somewhere. Thank you. But of course, can't do any of that. All right, so okay. The other thing I was thinking about, because the other thing you want to be able to do, let's also have, based upon content, schedule follow-up for agents, right? And think about this in like a CRM sense, right? So whatever that means, I don't work on the CRM app, customer relation management, CRM, but whatever that means for them, right? They're gonna need that ability. And to be honest with you, the way how I would architect this is really CRM should have a endpoint that this should be calling, right? All right, so we're gonna have that, and then the other thing we're gonna have is send SMS message from agent, right? And really, agent's really not the right word to be putting them, but that's what I'm gonna call it for now. And again, when we send that, we're gonna store it in the database. Store it in database. And that's really it, right? It's those two things. Oh, well, we're gonna store. Hold on, we're gonna store the message in the database, but we also, because obviously these are happening at different times. Even though, like I said, right now it looks like it's coming back right away, but sometimes it looks like it comes back after a while. So we'll have also store delivery confirmation, right? And it's probably really just updating this, right? You know, with the update confirmation, or with the delivery confirmation, I should say. So this is, you know, taking what the discovery work we did Wednesday evening. This is what I want to come up with, but more importantly, this is all a component, right? This is a shared component. So this is not going to be an app in and of itself, right? It's really just going to be the component to do it. Yeah. Just trying to think of anything else with this. No. Okay. So, so let's go to here. So sure enough, just a refresher. You know, we have, let's see here. Oh, because I didn't create these as one solution. All right. So here we have an Azure function, wonderfully named function 1, because, you know, so the next one will be function 2 and function 3 right now. No, I mean, I didn't really care about names. I just wanted to get something created. And again, so this is an event grid trigger, because that's the way how these work. And then, you know, basically we get this event grid event. What a wonderful name. It makes sense, but it's still kind of weird to read. But and then in there, you know, we get this. We basically get this information, right? Message ID from message and receive timestamp. And then, like I said, here was that simple. Okay, what did it say? You know, if it said use case 1, you know, results, blah blah blah, right? Really simple here, and then here's where we're sending a message out. You know, here's that automatic response. All right, and sure enough, there's another one. There's another app out there, a little console app. That's basically this right here. All right, that's basically what it is. Okay, so with all that in thought, let's actually close the solution. And I'm going to open up the folder. And here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to first, and sure enough, I should say, you know, everything that I've been working on is in GitHub. And, you know, because they're, you know, this is, because again, this is work, but it's not really work. And you know, right here you'll see this Azure Communication Services, right? It's in the develop branch, but you know, so that's where everything's at, right? That we're working on right now. All right. So what I want to do, I'm gonna first add a new folder. We're gonna call this Discovery Work Okay, and I'm gonna move these into there, and then I'm going to create a new project that'll be a blank solution. So blank solution, and we'll just call this Azure Communication Services. And we need to fix that location. Code, Azure. Okay, select that folder. Create. Okay, now the one thing I need to do, because just the way how Visual Studio works by default, I probably should just create these. Maybe it'd be easier if I create the solution on the console, but I've been doing this for so long. Again, just do it like that. Okay, because it creates it in another folder. I want this in the root folder. All right. So now, and then what I'm going to do in here, first we're going to have a solution folder called Discovery Work. Is that spelled right? Okay. And then I'm going to add existing project in here. I'm just going to go add those projects real quick. So there's that one. And then we're going to add another project here. Test function. Okay. So now we have those added in here, right? So it really, again, like I say, I'll be demoing this Monday so that we can talk more about how, if we want to go further with this. Really, these are kind of like backups. Like here's what I did first, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new project. And we're going to start with a class library. And I don't know why class library is not in my recent templates. That's kind of weird. Class library. Okay, next. All right, and then we're going to call this for lack of a better term, I think we'll just call this RACS. I don't know. I don't really like that name. We'll call it ACS Helper. I don't know. That's a really horrible name. It's not really what I would call it for work. Yeah, I really don't like it. Let's call this... Here, let's do it this way. Let me call this... I'm trying to remember... I came up with a standard before. Now we're going to call it TLC.Azure.Communication Services. So notice it's now finally asking me what framework I want, which is nice. I'll have to go back in there and change it. I forgot to mention, because again, I had browser windows open. So there is actually a new version, a new preview version. And what's really neat is there's some really nice improvements on here. I don't think I could see it this way. Oh, yes, I can. So check this out. I was reading this earlier. I've already updated this install. I've already updated this install. I've already installed this update. If we go down to version 4, so look, there's Ah, Phil, thank you. I didn't even notice. You know what? That was from when I was doing some Windows desktop development. But thank you for pointing it out. I was because that's like I say, I create class libraries like at least once a week. So check us out. So we got some. I was just, to be honest with you, I just figured something got wiped out, and all right. So sure enough, look, there are some really nice Git productivity tool improvements. So if you're doing Xamarin, right, some really nice Xamarin stuff. Looking at, a lot of really nice issues. So again, now this is the preview version, right? So this is stuff that the released version we'll see in a couple weeks. But some really nice stuff in here, and sure enough, if you look at like the Git productivity improvements, what did I see that was really yeah, double clicking a branch in the Git repository window to check out. You know what? You know how many times I've double clicked on a branch in the Git repository window in Visual Studio and it doesn't do anything for me? Yes, you can, and yeah, which is, thank goodness, because especially like when I was doing that, I need to actually test like the stuff I was building for Bricks with Chad, because that's a Windows app, and we were having the darndest time getting that working in the preview version. I need to see if the new preview version works better with that. All right, but that's not for now. All right, so we're gonna have this. I'm gonna go back in here. I'm just gonna leave this TL. Well, no, I always say TaleLearnCode. That's what I meant to call this at. All right, I'm going to leave that. Well, and actually the namespace, we're just going to have TaleLearnCode.Azure. All right. So now in here, I'm going to call this, actually, I just realized, I didn't want to call this Azure anything. Because I don't even want consumers to know we're using Azure. Well, they still at some point need to. All right, we'll leave it for now. All right, we're going to rename this. We'll rename this to Communication Services. All right, and then what we're gonna do in here. Let me open up something here. Hold on just one second, because I need to open up. There we go. Just open up a secrets file real quick here, just because I need to remind myself what I need in there. Okay. So now what I'm going to do in here, we're going to have a constructor in here, Communication Services string, and this is going to take in a connection string and a from phone number. And that needs to be string from phone number, right? And then so this way, again, and sure enough, now I don't really need to be calling this communication services, because look, I can make it generic, right? And that's really kind of the goal here. But that's okay. I can fix naming later on. All right, so then here we'll do connection equals connection string, and from equals from. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be as easy as that. And then what I want to do in here, we're going to say, we're going to send, I'm sorry, what is this going to send back? Hey there, Tapco. How's it going, Tapco Wild? I'm doing well. So sure enough, what we're for Tapco and for other folks who have joined in last couple minutes. So Azure has a newer service called Azure Communication Services. All right, so let me. I'll probably need this open up anyways. There we go. So I have this new Azure Communication Services. So basically, if you know what Twilio is, this is basically a Twilio competitor that Microsoft's working on. But providing communication type tools, and it's based off of Teams, right? So they're using what they've built for Teams, and they're basically making services based upon that. And so this is actually a little bit of Azure real work, right? Because we're looking at using this for some needs. And so the need what we're working on is, to be able to receive an SMS message, store it in the database, have an automated response, and then something about, maybe send, some way to send something to trigger that someone needs to follow up, all right? But then the other side, we also want to be able to send an SMS from agent/employee. And then store that message, and store the delivery confirmation, so the confirmation that the message was received, right, or delivered. Probably kind of careful to say between delivery and receive, because I can see, some semantics there. All right, so we're going to have this. And I'm trying to make this all one, a shared component, right? So the applications, even though right now I've got it in an Azure, I put it into this Azure namespace. I've already realized that's wrong, but I just don't want to. I don't want to go back and rename this. I did rename it. It's this TaleLearnCode. I'll fix it later on. I love it. No, I love this. Hold on a second. It's Tapco. This is. Oh, I'm not in my dashboard. What in the world? Here we go. So this right here, right? And I point this out just because, how often this happens to all of us, right? Where we sit there forever working on an issue, and it turns out, I'm sure it was like, something so silly, right? Because you said, you finally figured out how dumb you were being, right? And definitely been there, done that, right? It's funny, I mentor to folks who are learning how to code, and number one, I sit there, I live code with them, right? So they watch Treehouse videos every week, and then it teaches them C# and progressively, and then we have a weekly meeting, and one of the things I do is I'll talk to them about what did they struggle with that week's class, right, or classes I should say, and there are times like, hold on, how do I do that again, right? It's kind of the proof of, look, here's someone who's been doing C# since basically pretty much day one. Technically C# was in private beta for like 6 months before I actually got to it. But it was still in private beta when I saw it, right? So the point is, still not a, one, it's easy to mix fix. It's also easy to just miss things. But yes, and then to your last point, right? Flexible configuration, yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for here. I mean, now grant you right now, I'm just scratching the surface because this is a proof of concept at this point, right? This is not going to be an end product. This, I mean, even here where I said, store it in the database, I might not even actually store it in the database. I might just have pseudocode that says, here you go, we'll store this in the database. Or I might not store it in the database like I normally would. Because like I said, this is a proof of concept. All right, so at any rate, we're going to pass a connection string from phone number. Here's the nice part, because the other thing I want this to work that I could change this out and the consuming apps don't even know, right? So if 6 months into using XYZ service, it doesn't work, we could switch, hopefully switch to another one, change this code, but not change the code that's consuming this, right? That's kind of the goal here, all right? All right. So we're going to have those values. I was going to look at, let's just do ISMS service. Yeah, like I'm not even so sure I like the name Communication Services, but again, because I am kind of flying from the seat of my pants in this one here. All right, let's go back to here. So let's just have a. Oh, I wonder what will this send back? So when I send a message. No, exactly. No, I mean, no, you're on, right? I called it communication service, and I'm like, oh, that's not really, Again, I want it to be. I want the shell to be vendor agnostic, right? So you're actually more right. Except for, well, not except for. I mean, this could be doing other stuff, and I'm trying to think if this would all be in one class, right? Like with the telephony stuff, the communication stuff. Would that belong in the same class? Should it be in a separate class? Probably separate class. More and more I'm thinking about. So yeah, that's actually, I kind of like that. Let's call this SMS service. Now I will say, I know I bucked the trend here. Like Phil's got capital S, small m, small s, and that's technically the correct way to do it. I don't like that. And at least for my code, I'm going to write it this way. And I will create the interface later, right? We'll extract the interface here. Okay. So I was looking here. Does this actually... It does have... Okay, it has a response. Oh, McNurse, why did I know that you would give me a smart aleck response? I had that book somewhere. I have no idea where it went to. Ignore the dashes and invalid, of course. I will say this. Now, grant you, the book is online now, right? You can get the whole book online. I'd have to find it again, but of course, now if you have the old book, then you have the really big one, right? Because it used to be really, really thick. And then they've actually cut it down quite a bit. Now, sure enough, I just published for our company a set of guidelines. Yeah, I just published for our company a set of guidelines. It's based upon, that guidance. But like, for example, one of the things I have in there, I think I say put these the right way. I don't know. I forgot what I said. I have to look at it again. All right. So so sure enough, we get a message ID. So that's pretty important. All right. So I do want this response back. Okay. So in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have public it's going to be a string send SMS. And in here we're going to take in a string of to phone number, string message. What else do I need? No. So it's not doing callbacks. What they're doing. Here, let me go here. So they're doing events, right? So and they're basically they're essentially using Event Grid, and and then I can create different listeners, right? So like for example, I've got a webhook, which is what you're seeing. This is a webhook that's listening here, and this right here is just printing out the message wholesale that comes from Event Grid, or comes to Event Grid, I should say. And I also have a Azure function, right? And that's, so right now I can actually send a message to a phone number, and it'll send me back a response based upon some things, right? But Tapco, with what you're saying there, I am kind of thinking about so it's Event Grid, GRID, right? And I'm sure that's just me mispronouncing it, but so Event Grid is a little bit more than a Rabbit MQ, because it is a message based or message driven, but it's really a workflow is really what it is. So here you go, reliable event delivery at massive scale. That, awesome. That tells you so much, right? But basically, I mean, really what it is an event comes in, a message comes in, and I could basically do a workflow, right? And that workflow might just be fire one thing, right? Or it might be fire a series of things, right, in sequential order and all that great stuff, right? So that is what Event Grid is. Now, Azure Communication Services, right? Go back to here. It is using that technology to tie. Basically, it's going to connect it in, and because you see, I can create this event subscription. And if you look, so I have these different endpoint types, right? Which almost a shame And I gotta look. I wonder if there's another way I could do this, right? Because I don't see event grid. Because it'd be nice if I could do something else. Now I could do. Oh, I wasn't sure if you just misunderstood me or, yeah, because I know it's late for you or early for you, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, so but nice part is I can do a lot of interesting stuff here, right? So I can actually this is nice. So I can do storage queues because I might be able to make some of this a little bit easier. Um, I'm not sure what the hybrid connections are doing. I have no idea what that is. I'm not sure what that is. I have to look that up. The service bus, that is very similar to RabbitMQ. The event hubs is that's true event driven architecture. So that's where event hub is a collector, and then I can have all kind. I can just have different things waiting for things to come on there. And obviously webhooks and webhook and the Azure functions, right? All right. So from to message. Oh, enable delivery report. Yeah, we probably want that as a setting. Was there... Okay, so yeah, that's the only setting here. Ah, okay, well that makes sense. Thank you, Phil, for that. That makes sense. And of course, it's something I don't do. At least so far. Everything I've done in Azure, we've been, it's been a cloud-only solution. All right, so we're going to have a message, and then we're going to have, what did I say? I think I copied it. We'll enable delivery report. And yeah, well, I want this to be true. And Phil, I can see that, right? I mean, you think about it, anytime you're poking holes in a firewall, right? I mean, you got, it can be troublesome, right? And I don't mean, obviously there's a lot of security things there, but just it's going through so many layers. I will say, way back when I was doing work for the Army, there we would we would have to poke holes through the firewall. But I was kind of like on the outside of that, right? Like here I need to be able to get to, we have this requirement. I have to get to this service, right? That another command or private organization provides for us. So you gotta let me get through the hole to get to that, right? Or even worse is, because I did a lot of work for ROTC, so working with colleges, I'm like, this college needs to be able to access this application, right? So they're not going to be on our network. All right, so we're going to do this. Oh, it would help. What did I break in here? Oh. Okay, bring that back. So let me just return string empty. Obviously, that's not what we're really going to return. But what I do need to do in here, I do need to add that NuGet package. So it's going to be azure.communications.sms. Install. Cancel that. Why is that saying beta 1? That's weird. Should be installing beta 3. And again, this service is in preview is a preview. So technically, you're not really supposed to use this for production. It's not like you're going to get in trouble for using it in production, but there is no support, right? Hence why you see beta stuff, so things are still subject to change, all that great stuff. All right. So in here I can just copy. Well, let's actually copy this first. And let's have a private SMS client. And then, which really means I don't need this connection string. Yeah, but I mean, as we can see, it's definitely not async. I mean, at least the client itself is not async. Right now I can send async. All right, and let's copy this code. All right, then we got to make a couple changes here. So we're going to say, what did I say? This is getting back. It's going to get back that. I'm just going to do this for a moment. Response equals SMS client. Whoops, not here. Helps them in the right place. Bar response equals, and then this will be SMS client. We need that. Get that phone number in there. All right, and then, oops, from phone number. And then this is going to go to phone number. The message will be the message. And we're going to do like that. Okay. And then sure enough, yeah, that's a, okay. Response SMS message. All right, and then if I look at response, value, message ID, that's what I care about. And that's what we're going to return. Hey, Hector, well, you're not late. I mean, This is no set time. But so as far as cost in Azure, so I have not gotten further details. And to be honest with you, if I do get further details, so I have asked some questions, right? But if you do look, and actually, Phil, it's actually where was yeah, there we go. Yeah, you're right. No, I was thinking something else. So yeah, so it's so basically 0.75 cents. I think this is Twilio's numbers. So, you know, I'm trying to actually figure that out right now. Because I know... Hold on. We definitely saw a 0.4 cents the other day. See pricing details. You know what? I wonder if I was looking at that the other day. Because sure enough, right here, or it's changed. You know, it's changed in the last couple of days. No, I wouldn't say expect 2 times that. Especially here's the thing. Why am I in Twitch? Well, I was going to Twilio. Because well, a couple of things I've seen. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it'll be competitive with Twitch, right? I mean Twilio. I keep on saying Twitch. And I believe Twilio is like 7.5 cents. Pricing. Pay as you go. Oh, okay, here. Program, yeah. Well, starting at 7.5 cents. Okay, picture messages that's the reason why it says starting at. So in other words, the send was I forgot what the term is, but that multimedia message is like 2 cents each. Yeah, now, sure enough, you do see, it says until June 30th, 2021. And that's because, they want to give themselves the ability to, if there's some reason why they need to charge more. But look, if they were to charge more than Twilio, then who's going to go to it? In all honesty, right? Why? At least you didn't know about Twilio, right? I mean, what, I know myself, I would have a hard time saying, oh, well, this is 10 cents and over there, or it's not 10 cents, but, maybe let's just say it's a penny as opposed to here, it's, and the other one is, 3/4 of a penny, right? Well, we should probably be using that 3/4 of a penny one. And that's the one that's been around for a long time, right? All right. So really, this should work. just trying to think. Grant you, I still want to do a little bit more with this. I'm actually going to say, so instead of this being connection string, we're going to call this service connection string. And I'm saying this because I'm going to need a database connection string. I'm not putting in yet, but I am going to need that. All right, so let's go ahead and add a new, and yep, sure enough, I do have that set. Actually, I'm not so sure that was what was filtering my recent. Because sure enough, what's also not showing here, and I know I've created it recently, is a Windows project. Oh, but not in preview. So, okay, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to create a console app. And we'll just call this, we'll call this prototype. We'll call this proof of concept. Let's spell it correctly, though. Okay, and again, not that I 3.1 would be fine, but why not? And then, did I create a class library? That's not what I meant to do. I sure did. Let's try it again. Console application. Yes, now we're on console application. Proof of concept. I can't seem to type concept correctly. All right. And then here, we're going to add a project reference to this library here. It really might is use dependency injection, but we're not going to do that here. But actually, I'm going to create another method. We'll call it send SMS. And then here, what I'm going to do, all right, hold on, what I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to copy over this secret file. So just a second here. Let me go to here. Let me copy that, paste that.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Wayne Wisley. Thank you for that follow. I do really appreciate that. All right, and again, I'm still cheating, just having this settings file in here. I probably should at least put in a user secret file, but for demo purposes, that settings file actually makes things easier. All right, so now we're going to have I'm just going to create it here. So we're going to have SMS service. Equals new, and then settings dot connection string, and then settings phone number. Okay, and then we'll And then what I'm going to do in here is we're actually going to have a console.clear, console.writeLine, send SMS demo, console.writeLine. Just do like that. All right, and then we're gonna okay, we're gonna ask for phone number. And then string phone number equals console.readline. Okay, and then what I do want to do in here, be sure to include +1. Just something to remind me that when I'm showing this off, you do have to put that +1 in there. So like, it's like my phone number, 1, so it's +1 502 and then whatever the number I want to send it to, right? All right, then we're gonna have message. String message equals console readline. Okay, so then here, we're going to say string message ID equals SMS service dot send SMS. And then we'll have phone number, message, and then true. Thank you, Ryan. All right, and then we'll do message sent. Right now, just in the United States. But it says that once they go general availability, basically everywhere but Africa and South America will be covered. Now, with that being said, they put regions. They didn't really say countries. So, like, they said Europe, but, like, I don't know if that really means every country in Europe or not. I would assume so. Well, I say I assume so, but you never know. Okay, message sent. Message console write line message ID and it's supposed to go general availability sometime this quarter is what they said. Again, I'm still waiting for the team to respond to me. Now, grant you, well, it's been 2 days now, but I'm sure they're busy. They're working on a brand new product. All right, so and then we're gonna say message ID. Okay, and then finally we're gonna have a console write line. Press any key to continue. Console read key. Okay. And if right now in here, we're just gonna do Send SMS. Later on, I'll build this more so it's got a menu type thing in here. All right, so that as our startup project. Okay, and then the one thing I'm going to do for right now, we're going to cheat a little bit here. And phone number. Nope. So that setting is my phone number, right? Okay. It would help if I select the right one as the startup project. I did not see a number verification service. And to be honest with you, I would think that would be out of scope of this. That's not the window I wanted. Here, let me... So, let me find that roadmap again. Azure Communications, yeah, there we go. You can see I was searching for it earlier. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. Well, so I will say this. This is, I mean, sure enough, I will say this. This is definitely out of scope of what I'm working on. Because our customer relation module, our CRM, it does do phone number validations. So one, sure enough, here's kind of a better page. We're getting some good information about this. Yeah, I'm going to this version of the roadmap. So, and then if you look, like you look at what they're still trying to get done, and you can see a lot of it's already in public preview, right? So you can see like these are samples they're trying to get done. Yeah, I don't see. I haven't seen that validation in there before, or verification, I should say. And I don't see that in their list of features. But I would also think that for what this is, that would be out of scope for them. I don't know if Twilio provides that type of service. Well, you know, all kinds of trouble, you know, especially now you're here. I mean, you know, now everything's going to... Of course, now I get to blame, you know, anything goes wrong, I know who to blame now. Sean, how are you doing?
It's someone's lucky day. Thank you for the gifted subscription.
Code with Sean gifted a Tier 1 sub to McNerdius. They have given 26 gift subs in the channel.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. Yeah. So the makes Skype great again. Actually, tap. I don't know if here in the United States we're allowed to say "make something great again" right now. Oh, That might be blasphemy in the States right now. You 1099, I'm sure you do. You know, I don't know what they're doing with Skype. It's kind of interesting. They say they're going to kill it off, but then they add features to it. So I don't know what they're doing with it. Now, grant you, I mean, so Communication Services is using services from whatchamacallit, from Teams, right? All right, it doesn't really matter what I add in here because I am overwriting that phone number. Before my demo Monday, I will not overwrite the phone number. All right, and did this work? All right. All right, well, we got a problem here. What? We're in here. Why is SMS client null? I create it right here. Ah. And I recreated the whole thing. That's what the problem is. Yep, there we go. Yeah, there's no roofs here. Gotta go to the other channel for that. It really doesn't matter what I enter in here. That is not, I have no idea if that's anyone's actual phone number there. Okay, so there, now we see we've got a message ID, and, you know, and sure enough, again, you know, we can see, you know, this is a test, right? No fear. I have to get that the artwork done. I mean, I guess I could do it. I don't need artwork to have that, but I don't know if I don't know if I really want to track how many oops I make here. All right, so that worked, and I got back a message ID. Now let's see. Did I already go back to here? So, oh, I didn't write it down. I think this is the one I just did. Let's do it one more time. Graph it. I don't know, maybe that's something we'll have to do. That could be kind of fun, actually. All right. Again, I don't care what number I put in there. Test number 2. Okay, I wanted to copy this. Okay, there we go. So we've got that. There's the message coming in. And now if I go here, yeah, here we see that. Sure enough, that should match that. Looks like it. Yeah, so there's our message ID. So again, really weird because, like I said, the other night, it didn't show up for hours. All right. I actually wouldn't mind having the water-based beverages back. Turn off cellular network and try again. Well, I mean, well, let's see here. Cellular. Yeah, I'm just I guess if I put it in airplane mode, I was trying to think, how do I do that? Okay, so I'm in airplane mode now. So, I mean, this should still work, right? I mean, shouldn't be any difference, right? Airplane mode, right? So, especially on this side, because here it doesn't even know the difference, right? So it's going to send that message out. You know, we don't see a response back, which would make sense, right? Now, I'm back off the airplane. I turn my cell back on. Let's see. I'm still waiting for the message to come to the phone. Interesting. I haven't got the message yet. There it is. Okay. There, I've got it. And look, there's our... No, that's the one we were looking at. Right. Where was the message? Yeah, so that's the one before. I'm looking for this one to come up. Now, sure enough, here we're seeing a delay in that. But that's fine, right? But I think, you know, and sure enough, this is a question I've asked the product team, like what is the expectation as far as how quickly his responses will come? Because we see, like, we still haven't seen that response come in, that report, the delivery report. So what I'm curious, let's try this just to see what it's going to do. No airplane mode. Okay, there it came in. I felt it in my watch. And yeah, so here's the interesting part. So like this one, we have not got this confirmation yet, but we've gotten this one. So really, what you need to understand, and some of this I'm still a little bit guessing. But I think basically you need to understand is that you're not going to get the delivery confirmations in sequential order, right? So don't expect them in sequential order. And I really think there's something to do with the carriers. I don't really think this has to do with Azure. right? I think this has to do with when the carriers send that back. And I think it was a fluke the other night that I just wasn't seeing. I mean, it took several hours to get responses back. And I have no idea if once they started coming in, if they like flooded in or because it was overnight, right? So I don't even know what time it came in because notice I don't get. Well, I would just say, these timestamps, right, are are not when I got the message. Well, maybe no. I guess this one is, but I don't have those events anymore. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see when that message comes in because I mean it still hasn't come in. Just to verify, like it hasn't gone somewhere else. So I'm looking for 250 GNOME. Nope. Okay, yeah. So it hasn't come in yet. But like, I think that's fine. All right. I think we can live with that. All right. So. Okay. Yeah. I do like how the watch will keep on reminding, hey, you got a message. All right. So right now there's 4 of them here. All right. So what I want to do now. Let's take this service to this one right here, the file I was already in. Let's take this to another level now, and I think for the purposes of this, I'm going to do table storage. And part of that is this will actually give me an opportunity to talk about table storage at my company. I've only talked a little bit about it. I know some other places we could be putting that in place. All right, I'll leave that roadmap up here. Yeah, I probably should have left that open. That's all right. Just a second, logging in. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's upsetting me. Sign in with different account. I hate this whole personal corporate account thing. There we go. All right, and then I might still have a resource group for this work here. Doesn't look like it. RG. No, okay. I got rid of it, which is fine. Okay, so we're going to add a new resource group. We're going to call this RG Azure Communication Services. It's ECUS2. Okay, create that. And then I'm going to create a storage account. If you're wondering why I'm doing this in a different place than where I've got these the Azure's than the Azure Communication Services, it's because so this is a credit account I have credit with. You cannot create the phone numbers using Azure Credit. You have to actually pay for it. Okay. And we'll put that there. Change that to local. I don't need, even with Azure credits, I don't need to be wasting credits. I don't need anything more than the local replication. All right, so we're going to create this account. Should just take another moment. Okay, there we have that. Now we're going to go, I'm going to use table storage. What's happening? I mean, we're not going to be raiding for a while. Did you mean to redeem guide the raid? And yes, I mean, one of my questions was, why do I have to why can't I not use credit? But I agree with you, Tapco. I think it is because, I'd be willing to bet that there's actually some U.S. regulation about it. All right, for now, I'm going to call this sent messages. All right, and then now we've got that. Let's go back. Let's see. Did we 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, we still haven't gotten a confirmation. Now we're going to go back in here. All right. And then what I'm going to do is, this is sad. I always forget how to do this. I got to look it up again, how you... save to table storage. Yeah, I always too many different APIs in my head. And I really do think they confuse people by putting this, tying it directly to Cosmos. I don't like that they do that. Yes, you use the same SDK to get to either Cosmos or to Azure Storage. Azure Functions output. Well, so sure enough, Phil, I really like the idea of using Azure Functions output, but in this case, there's no reason to make another call, right? Yeah, there are a lot of options, right? Because here, I'm going to save this from right here. Now, yeah, because I want to save this right from here, all right? So that's the reason why I want to do that. Yeah, I don't want to have to call something else when I can just do it right here, right? Yeah. So we're going to go in here and add class. Oh, it'd help if I add the NuGet package. that's right. We're still using. So, sure enough, we'll get deer in our yard. You know, every couple of weeks, we'll see a deer, or it's usually a couple of deer, go through our yard. But we're not very far from wilderness. Okay, so let's add this package. I would say I know I copied that. Hold on a second. I thought, just a second. Let me pull up something here real quick. Let's go back to Twitch Commander. Oh, sure enough, for those who were on the Bricks with Chad stream last weekend, it's all that Timer 1. A Timer 1 message was coming up. Yeah, it was the code doing exactly what it was being told to do. So that's gone. There is a trigger, right? But here is, no, Sean, you have a great evening. So back to, no, there is an Azure function. But, again, like we see here, we don't have, I on this one, it's on the delivery, right? It's not on when I send a message. Basically, I have delivery report, and I have when I send, not when I send a message, when I receive a message, all right? And like, for example, the one we sent when I was in airplane mode, we still haven't got a delivery confirmation, right? So I want to be able to save this right away, all right? All right, I want to look here real quick. Was I using the Cosmos stuff in here? I didn't think I was. Yeah, I am not. Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's just for this condition, as written, as the service is developed so far, no. But as the service is written so far, I need to do it this way. Okay, there we go. So we got that installed. And now, so we're going to add string table storage connects the string. And here I'm just going to Just going through this, what got updated? That Twitch lib got updated. Well, I'll have to look at that. Not right now. Azure Storage. I want to look at how I did this before. Doesn't really matter if I want to bring. This is what I was looking for. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and take this out for a moment. And okay, we're going to have an Azure Storage helper. Okay, just making some changes here. Okay. I should probably go ahead and fix these in here since they're here. Account name of the Azure Storage account. Key for the Azure Storage account. All right. So that's good. And you know, actually, now that I just made those changes, I actually think that I should have some with that also. Let's go ahead and add class Azure Storage settings. And paste that in here. Okay, so now I've got that in here. Because actually I think it's better to have this one class that represents the different settings. Soft poke, yes. Now, grant you, I haven't done anything with the Azure Cognitive Services for a little while. But yeah, they're really nice services. They're very easy to use. And I'll give the caveat of I can't compare it to anything else because I haven't tried any other services that do similar things. And with the Cognitive Service, I've only done a couple things with it. And sure enough, for those not aware, these Cognitive Services are pretty darn cool. Because there's a lot in there. So, yeah, so like you see, anomaly detector, content moderation, metrics, personalizer, readers, Q&A maker, text analytics, text to speech, speaker recognition. So there's some really neat things that are built in here, and they make them as easy as can be to use them. So yeah. I mean, if you need one of those type of services, I would definitely take a look at that. All right. So let's see here. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was forgetting what I was doing here. All right, so we have the service connection string. Not a string. We're going to have the Azure Storage settings that we'll have passed in. Private Azure Storage settings. And here, I'll make sure I set this correctly. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to at least start with this. We're going to have add. Hey there, Grannies. How are you doing? I'm doing wonderful. How about you? It's Friday evening. It's time for the weekend. Write a little bit of code. Although technically I'm still working. All right. And I don't normally consider my streaming working, but this is actually for work. But it's also a benefit. It's work stuff that I get to actually do here because there's nothing proprietary in here. All right. I was going to do, we'll do, for right now I'm going to call this SMS message. And in here, we're going to have string from phone number. Oh, hey, and the animal. Sorry, I didn't see your wave earlier. Yes. This is also, I need to put it somewhere, right? This might be where we end up putting this stuff. Be honest with you, for what we do for work, it will probably, I don't know, it kind of depends whether it'll go into the SQL Server or not. There's some sense why we go in the SQL Server, but there's some other sense because this could be a lot of data that I don't know if we really need in SQL Server. Well, yeah, it's part of the thing. again, I'm just picking something. It also gives me a chance to bring this up to some other folks in the company, and talk about how we could use this for other things, like things where we need to store a bulk amount of data, and I don't need to query it, the same way like I would other SQL data, right? All right, message, string, message ID, and so this is actually a new service from Azure called the Azure Communication Services, and so that's this is a proof of concept to see, how well does this work? Could we use it? Does it make sense as opposed to Twilio? There's definitely some things that this is not doing, at least right away, that Twilio does, right? So if we use it, we would probably also be using Twilio, right? And so does that make sense? And what's interesting here is, they're using basically what they built for Teams to get this to work.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Hey there, Go Haku. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate that. All right, I want to look at something here real quick. This phone number. What is in this phone number? Nothing. It's just a string that has a phone number with a value. Okay. What is EI6 format? Or E16? What? Just curious what this is here. International standard. Okay. So yeah, this is where you get the the national destination code. Yeah. Okay. I was just curious. All right, so I'm just gonna store the strings because that's gonna be, especially when I put it in Azure Storage or put it in some type of storage, whether it be Azure Storage or anything else. And then we're gonna have one more here, public. Actually, I don't think I'm gonna put that in here. But what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna say table entity. Actually, table entity. Okay, and goodness gracious, come on. Actually, let's see if I can remember my syntax here. There we go. Copy that. Paste, and paste. Oh, really, you have heard a lot of it. So, honestly, I had not heard about this until like 2 weeks ago when I had a VP like, hey, Chad, what do you know about Azure Communication Services? I'm like, I'd never heard of it. And I quickly looked it up. I'm like, all right, well, that's cool. And then earlier this week, it was, hey, let's have a meeting to talk about it. So I did a really quick hello world, like send a message, which is like dirt, super stupid simple to use. Oh, it is with these bottles of water my wife's been buying. The bottles are like misshaped. Yes, it cost 3/4 of a cent for each message you send or receive. So there is a cost to this. Which, sure enough, I gotta watch how many times I test this stuff because I'm paying for this. I guess I could expense it, but it seems kind of funny. I might expense like, if I do a whole lot of messages, $2, right? Okay, we're gonna create a but see, here's the thing though. Gotta watch what you do for free for your company. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. All right. Are there any free alternatives? I don't think there are. I can't remember. I remember. Now this was probably maybe 5 years ago. I was actually looking into that 4 or 5 years ago. Who was I looking into that for? I don't even remember which company I was looking into that. And I don't think I really found anything worthwhile. Another time we were going to use Twilio, but then the project never happened. But free SMS API. I don't know. That's why I got Try Me free. It's interesting. They're cheaper. 0.68 cents. Hey, buddy! Don't be hacking up my feet. Azure, what do you use for emails? I know we're using, so the company I work for, we're using SendGrid, which is now part of Twilio. I've been using SendGrid for years, but and let me know, I have nothing against Twilio. I really like Twilio. It's interesting. This is a little bit cheaper, right? Yes, Mailgun is also a really nice one. I used it quite a while ago. Well, okay, I'm gonna say the toll-free numbers are $1.09. Because that $2 right now it is a toll-free number. They say that by the time they go to GA, oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, they're not cheaper. See, helps if you go up just a little bit further. So, there you go. Yeah, so there are a couple. Again, this is just someone's blog, right? That are free. Haven't heard of any of them. And of course, one's free only in India. So I guess, yes, there are. But I mean, sure enough, I would say running, a large corporation, you'd want, spend a little bit of money to have some backing, right? I mean, you got Microsoft or Twilio, right? Or I mean, Vonage in the end is actually more expensive, but like a Vonage, right? I mean, those are some big, yeah, you have the SLAs and that type of stuff, exactly. All right, so here, let me go back to this. So what I'm going to do in here is my partition key. What I'm going to do is my partition key is going to be the phone number. My row key will be the message ID. And then we're going to yeah, exactly, right, and that's where having that confidence of a company that and like one of the reasons why I wanted to look at the service, right, and I even threw it out there, right. I mean, I was like, look, you all know I'm a humongous Azure fan, right, Microsoft fan, but why should I use this service when Twilio has a really good service that's been around for a long time? I you said I'm playing devil's advocate, right? And the answer was, let's see what, you tell us, right? I'm like, oh, that's good enough for me. And sure enough, some of it is, it's kind of interesting. You don't necessarily want to put all your eggs in one basket, but at the same rate, if all my cloud stuff is, if all my other cloud stuff is in Azure, why not have another service? If it provides the same level of service at the same cost, right? All right, so now we have that. Oh, excuse me. And I'm going to create a public void. Actually, I'm going to have a public static void save. And again, I probably, some of this again is just that it's this proof of concept work here. I would probably make some of this a little bit different. Okay, and in here we'll say Azure Storage helper dot get table client. I need the Azure Storage settings. And right now I'm just going to hard code this table name in. And,
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
hey there, Matthew. Thank you for that follow. I really do appreciate that. What did I call this table? I've already forgotten. Set messages. That would make sense. Sent messages. Dot. Add entity. And then we're going to do SMS message. What is this not liking? SMS message. Parameters constructor. Oh. Yeah. I have to have a non-parameterized constructor. All right, so now I've got that. Go back to here, and then right here, then we're going to say SMS message dot save. New SMS message. Whoops. Message.save. New SMS message. So we're going to have the from phone number to phone number, the message, and the message ID. No. Response.value.message ID. Azure Storage settings. All right, there we go. So now we're calling it save. And then now in here, what I'm going to need to do is have a new add. No, I don't need to do that. Okay. But what I do need to do is I got to add some secrets in here. So, where I keep all my secrets in here, I'm doing creating a static Azure Storage settings. And this is going to have an account key, account name, and then a URI, right? And then I'm just talking through what I'm doing since I can't really show it to you. Well, I could show it to you, but that would be silly of me. There's put in my account name, put in my account key. And I need to put in my, just a second here. My URL. Go change this value. All right. Back to the work screen. I gotta figure out, for some reason, I don't know what I've been doing the last couple of days, but for some reason my Stream Deck reboots on itself. I need to check the USB connection on that. All right, so now I've got that in there. So in here, we could say, settings.azure storage settings. No coincidence. No, the outage Wednesday was our power flickered for like half a second. But it was long enough to reset the modem. And that modem, I don't know about y'all's modem, but that modem takes forever to reconnect. So, and then, you know, I have a feeling the power flickered because, I mean, again, we were iced in. All right, so now this should, you know, actually it used to be, so when my office was downstairs, so, and that's the thing, I never moved the equipment, right? So the equipment's still downstairs in the Lego room. But so when I was down there, it was on a UPS. That might be a good idea. Because like I said, the only reason why I even noticed there was a power flicker was because my side lights I've got, right? So these lights here that I use to kind of light up my green screen, I saw them flicker. Otherwise, I wouldn't even noticed it at all because the computer's all on UPS. Apparently, I didn't realize this, but apparently even my key lights are on UPS. All right, so now here, I want to check one thing. Did we ever get that confirmation? Yeah, see, look, it looks like if you don't get that confirmation right away, who knows when you're going to get it. Or the delivery, not confirmation, but the delivery report. All right, so let's run this. Come on. Boy, this is like a long time to start up. Did I? What is going on here? Well, that took a while. That was weird. All right. Again, it doesn't matter what I put in here because I'm not using that value right now. Table storage for the win. All right, this is taking a while now. Table not found. Well, I did get the message, but table storage for win is not the case here. Hold on. So table not found. Why? What did I screw up? What did I screw up? Hold on. I think I see it right now. Hold on a second, because I might actually still have this key showing. Let me go to this screen real quick. Just a second. Okay, I did it. But I realized as I was going back, I was like, did I... yeah, it sent messages. Couldn't remember if I left that keys page. All right, let's try this again. Hey, C-Films. Welcome back. All right. Again, we don't care about the phone number. Table storage for the win. Part 2. And there we go. So I want to get that value. There's a message coming in. Yeah, I really like table storage. Some really nice stuff you can do with it. All right, so first I'm gonna go in here. Oh, okay, yeah, there's 2 more because we sent 2 more, but more importantly, so they're just verifying it's this one right here. All right, so that came in. And now if we go to the table storage, Storage Explorer, tables, sent messages. And there we go. Now it's saved in there, right? So that's cool. So now what I want to do is I want to add to this, right? I want to, basically what I want to do is I want to take this info, all right? And in particular, I want the delivery status details, receive timestamp. I don't know if I really care about the delivery attempts. I'm going to say for now I don't care about those. But I am going to care about these 3 values. All right? Because I want those 3 values. So, here's what we're going to do with this. So we're going to go back in here. First thing we're going to do, first I'm going to close a whole bunch of the stuff. And now I'm going to go back to my SMS message, and so we want delivery. Whoops. Okay, so we're gonna go back in here and we're gonna say public string delivery status. We're going to have delivery status detail. Delivery status detail. And we're going to have received timestamp. And for the moment, I'm just going to put in a string. I don't know what I did. I must have heard a weird key combination there. Cancel, let's see. There we go. All right. So now we've added those values in here. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to here. And we're going to create another method here, public. Public static string, not string, void add delivery confirmation string and delivery status string delivery, what was it, detail, status detail. String received timestamp. And yes, I know I should really be using a timestamp for that, or time span. But right now I'm just going to do string. I want to keep it a little bit simple right now. I'm just trying to get it in here, right? Some better manipulation we can do later on. And then on here, what we're going to do, oh, I need that message ID, string message ID. Okay, so in here, we're going to say SMS message save. Actually, we're going to say, no, that's fine. SMS message. No, yeah, I do want to do it that way. No, what I want to do is, oh, this is interesting. The interesting part is, actually, instead of sending that in, I want to send in an SMS message. And this is going to do very simple save, SMS message, Azure. Oh, because it's static. Can't do that. Azure Storage settings. Okay, so we're just gonna, just like that. That's all we're gonna do in here. Now I'm gonna do a couple other little things in here. I want to say if SMS client is null, throw new We're just going to throw a new exception. Need to initialize this client first. All right, I'm gonna stand. I can't remember. I was fooling with some cables, so I gotta watch when I stand on my desk. Okay. All right. Phil, you'll see what I'm doing here in a second. It's coming. I should actually have that in the constructor. All right. Because I'm about to create another constructor. Oh, Space Pirate. Let me get something here, and I'll take a look. You got kind of a long comment question there. I'm going to give you a chance to actually read that. Why did I call this SMS server? And it basically what I'm doing is I'm going to use the same class in the Azure function, but I don't want to have to. I don't have to connect to the SMS service, right? So that's why I was doing that. Let me also add in here if to from phone number, and really it should be if string is null. White space, throw new exception, need to initialize the phone number first. And really, I mean, this shouldn't happen, but again, I just want to, because this is a proof of concept, but this proof of concept will be used as a basis of a project. So I want to make sure I show them some right things, but you know what? And then after I do this last part here, I'm going to look at Space Pirate's question there. Yes, we should. We should be doing like, if string is null, white space, service connection string, throw new argument null exception, name of service connection string. Although there is this whole little thing about how that's actually not supposed to, you know what? Actually, you are supposed to, let me think about this, because technically, again, going back to the Microsoft design specifications, you actually are not supposed to throw exceptions in constructors. All right, let's take a look here. So what are your thoughts on how business is eating software? PMs and managers just want a working thing, not a good working thing. I'm at a company where complexity of the code base is, I cannot say the word right now, really bad, mainly because everything is rushed and not well thought through. This is not the first time I've experienced it either. Is it that common? should I give up and go live in the woods? Well, okay, I don't think you should give up and live in the woods. It is pretty common, right? And I describe it this way. Software development is a big black box. No one truly understands, well, let me rephrase this. The business do not truly understand what's going on with software development, right? It's just it just magically happens, right? Along with that, and we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot with this, right? But, we have the problem of, you'll have a PM or business person, right? Manager or what have you, say, hey, I got this thing that seems really, really hard, right? How long is it going to take you to get that in? Oh, that's that's easy. We can do that. We can have it to you tomorrow, right? And then the next time they come over to us, and they think, oh, this is easy, right? I just want this simple button. All it was a button, right? But they don't realize what all goes into add. And again, I'm not saying that adding a button itself causes a lot of problems. I'm just saying, that's in their mind, right? But it might be, oh well, in order to do that, we got to change these 3 microservices, and whatever, right? And so the complexity gets added to it, and so that makes it hard, right? Because a lot of times people just don't, the business doesn't understand that. Again, the Stream Deck. I don't know why it's doing that. I was just going to do that. I was just going to go to this screen while I'm talking. So that's where it gets to be a little harder, right? Because for them to understand what goes into, why sometimes it could take forever, right? And other times maybe it takes a day, right? So that's part of what goes into that problem, right? Along with, and I'm dealing with this right now, and look, it's not the first time we dealt with this, right? We were yesterday. I was in a meeting where some contractors were showing me how something was built, right? Because I now need to take that and I need to build it. I basically need to use that as a basis for several other products. Oh yeah, plus testing, documentation, and code review. Exactly, Loka. So I have to take that. Now I had already did some code reviews. Already been reading through the code, and there were a couple of things that I was like, wow, why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? And one of the big things, just to give you an example, is like the entity code, right? The models for the entities. It's literally copy and paste it. Now, I do see a couple of little changes, but nothing significant, right? And I'm like, well, and I'm like, well, why, Of course, then I'm like, why didn't we inherit and then make the changes, right? This kind of stuff. Instead of just wholesale changes, which causes a different problem. And I asked, I said, well, why did we not, create a common library for the entities, right? And or the data model, right? Maybe it's the whole context. There's a couple of ways you could do that. And it was interesting. So we had some contractors build, and they're still building, build the initial product, right? Because we have multiple products that we're moving to the cloud. They built the first product that went to the cloud. And then a mix of the contractors and the internal developers are working on the next product, and then we're getting ready to kick off several others, right? And the team lead for the internal developers was like, well, that's probably because there was a rush to get this out, right? That's probably why it was copy and paste. And I was like, all right, I get that, right? And that's fine. I just, because I even said, I just want to know, I was looking, is there was there a, oh, well, because we had this problem, and so we just copy and pasted, I wanted to know that, right? So there's so we had some changes, right? And instead of what I assumed was in a rush, it was easier to copy. Although I question that, but maybe because I know I'll just start writing code, right? I don't, I write it as a library to begin with, right? I don't write it as part of something else, but that's been around a long time. But what do you do to fight that? Well, that's kind of a hard fight, right? And, that's the problem for someone like in my role, where, I'm basically more of a technical manager, right? I mean, it's not real, I'm not a manager at all, to be honest. Well, I'm on the management team, but I do not manage people, right? I manage process and I manage architecture and that type of stuff. But I do provide guidance on how to manage our people. But I was actually having this conversation the other day with the CIO, and because he was like, well, we don't have time to, we need to make those things right, but at the same time we need to get it out. Well, yeah, we need to get it out, but let's also not have us, 6 months from now having to rewrite it because we took shortcuts to get it done. He's like, well, no, I don't want to do that either, right? So it's hard to find that balance, right? Yes, yeah, and that's, I think, where you have to do it. And again, to Phil's point, right? It is finding those small steps you can take, right? And I tell you what, I always like what Donovan Brown says, right? And not about this per se, but so Donovan Brown, and he actually I haven't heard from Donovan in a while, but at least not too long ago, Donovan Brown was in charge of the developer relations folks for Microsoft's DevOps things, right? And something he would say often, when he was giving presentations, right? He was like, talking about like instituting, continuous integration and continuous delivery, right? He's like, yeah, don't ask for permission, just do it, right? And his point is they're not gonna get mad at you. Well, yeah, but still, I should have seen. It is kind of curious. I think there's some other reasons why we haven't seen them that I won't go into. Oops. I mean, he's still. Maybe it is just that. I'm just kind of curious. Sorry. I mean, now I'm not even showing my screen. I'm sorry. I forgot that I went to a screen, to a. Of course, this is taking forever to load, but yeah, I see he's still tweeting about stuff. Oh, look at it. Dapper stuff. I don't know. All right, well, anyway. But he would actually go in, I wonder. Yeah, I was hoping to see like just a clip, not a whole video. And I don't think the term was just do it. But, he would literally but just go and put in that continuous integration, right? Obviously get your other stuff done, right? He wasn't saying in place of doing it, because he was like, that way, no one's going to get upset with you, right? So like if you add in, some stability stuff, some tests, and that type of stuff. No one's really getting upset with you, right? As long as code still gets done, and that's the hard part, right? I mean, it's because I'm also not promoting working extra hours that make that happen, right? I mean, I know that's something I've really been working on trying to not emphasize we're just going to have to work some extra hours to get this done. That's not an answer either. But good question, Space Pirate. That was actually a really good question. All right. Okay, yeah, I was adding that in there. So then this, we're just going to save that message. That's going to be easy peasy. All right. So now, no, the Lego database is not done. We're just taking a hiatus from it. We'll be back on that Monday. This was something that I needed to do for work, and thought it'd be kind of interesting to do it on stream. Let's be honest with you, I wouldn't have had it ready for demo on Monday if I didn't do it on a stream. Because I've got, so funny. I just got finished talking about, I don't promote you working like extra hours to get things done, right? But here, what am I doing? I'm technically working right now, right? I mean, like I said, this is technically for work. But like I told them, but I get good content out of it, right? And I love learning things. So, hey there, Jack. Welcome back. Or maybe you've been here the whole time. All right, we're going to, what are we going to do? We're going to create an Azure function. And for this, we're going to call this SMS functions. Did I put that in the right place? Just to make sure. Yes. So yes, they definitely know I stream because I brought it up during my interviews. One, it should be noted. I mean, part of the reason why I have my position I have is because of all the community stuff I do. I mean, I'm pretty well known in the city. So I mean, so that was part of the reason why I got the position I got. And the other, I made sure that they understand that, and that I speak at conferences. Right now that's not really a big deal because if I speak at a conference, it's usually on the weekend or the evening right now because everything's virtual, or it's like an hour out of out of the day. So as far as, I mean, it was actually kind of, helped me be known, right? So yes, it did help. I was going to say the other, because I speak at conferences and because I'm MVP and all that kind of stuff, I'm Microsoft MVP, I also made sure they understood that what that means, right? The fact that, I know a lot of people, right? Prime example, I was talking to CIO, and he was. This was the day before yesterday, and we were talking about something, and he brought up something about Rocket Mortgage, right, and Quicken Loans, right, and he said, "Oh yeah, Quicken Loans, they're able to do this because of that, that and all this kind of stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, actually, I know the guy who architected that. It's a good friend of mine, right?" Okay, what's going on here? I don't know why Visual Studio wants to slow down on me. There we go. All right. So we're going to call this, we're going to because we're not going to, now we're going to let Azure, or not Azure, but Visual Studio catch up here. Well, we can let it go. Those, I don't know, for some reason, you create functions, it takes a little while to restore the packages. I've seen this before. Ooh. Sorry, I can't tell you what the ooh is all about. Okay, why is this still build clean solution? All I really meant to do rebuild solution. Yeah, something is going on here. What is going on? Is that for my ooh? Or oh, you just noticed that we're in Azure Functions? Well, right now, Azure Functions is not being very nice. I'm still... Oh, goodness, come on. Or something with Visual Studio. What is going on? Let me make sure my system's not pegged. What is going on with my disk? What is pegging it right now? So as you all can see, I mean, anyone who's been watching me for a while knows I have a problem with my C drive. Did the stream pause? Yeah, I think my computer, there we go. Hold on a second. I am checking. Well, I've skipped a bunch of frames, but I've only missed 2 rendering frames, so we should be fine. Oh, did I? You know what? It looks like... Oh. I did not realize I went offline. I'm sorry, everybody. Or am I back online? I don't even know if I'm online or not. Hold on a second, because I'm seeing a lot of messages saying that I'm offline. It's being sketchy, huh? Weird. Well, I will say I do love this. I'm like, all right, well, let me open up so I can see it. Of course, when I go to my own channel, not great, I'm on a different account. Actually, why am I on that account? But that's fine. Oh, I'm on my bot account. I love how I get an ad for my own account. All right. There's definitely a long delay, though. Don't you hate that? We have to watch the ad, after a refresh.
Your Tier 1 subscription is appreciated.
Hey there, Matthew. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, it looks like maybe whatever blip I was having is over. I don't know. I don't know if it was my machine. I don't know if it was my internet. But it looks like, all right, it looks like we're caught back up. Maybe. So we'll hopefully this will work a little bit better for us. All right. We're going to create this function. We're going to rename this because function 1 is not a good name. Yeah, fingers crossed. Exactly. And we're going to say, we're just going to call this SMS delivery confirmation. Durable functions are awesome. Now here, regular functions will serve our purpose very well. Come on. Okay, I do see ghost docs causing issues, but that's actually not unusual. All right, so now what I'm doing here, I'm going to look at this real quick. So the question is, I guess it's going to mean this data. Oh, you know what? I think I have this. Hold on. Okay. Go to in discovery work. Test function 1. I think we already did look at this. Yeah, so here, because I have this SMS received message. All right. I got way too many things open now. I don't even know where I'm at. Close everything. Collapse that. All right. Let me copy this right here. Paste this to here. Paste it. Okay, and then back to our function. And we're going to add a project reference. Now, obviously, in real world, you would have this as a NuGet package. But this will work perfectly fine for this now. Not proof of concept. I want this project. All right. So now what I'm going to do, oh yeah, that's a problem. I need to move that back to 3.1. That's going to break a couple things. Need to move this back to 3.1. And I should have a couple things broken now. Hold on. Goodness. This compile should not be taking this long. No, come on. There we go. Oh, great. Well, I just doxed myself. Was that the only place that that I had the new command in there? That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I'll reset everything a little bit. Okay. Let's see. In event grid, if your script doesn't complete, it throws errors. You can receive the message again. If I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, let me put it as set up. I know Event Grid has the poison queue. Oops. So I know Event Grid has the poison queue. I don't know if that works with the way how ACS is using it though. All right. So back to this. Or dead letter. Yeah, that's what I meant, the dead letter. Why are you not finding... Oh, because I didn't change the namespace. All right, so there, we're going to get that message received. You know what? Actually, so instead of calling it message received, we're going to call this we're going to call message delivery port. That's what this really is. Message delivery port. Okay, and then with that. Then we're going to call, what do they call this? SMS service. Oh, that's why. Okay, that's why it didn't come up. We're gonna create a. We're gonna have. Equals new. And really, this is something else that I want to do differently a little bit later on. I'm saying that, and I'll explain it here in a moment. New Azure Storage. We'll just do new Azure Storage settings. Okay, I need to fix a couple of things. So first off, we should have SMS service should be injected, right? And I have to look it up again. You have to do dependency injection in an Azure function. You have to take a couple steps, and I definitely don't remember how to do it off the top of my head. But I want to make a note that that should be injected. Same thing with the Azure Storage settings. Actually, so I should just go ahead and Azure Storage settings. All right, if the function does two things, send an SMS, log to storage, then the logs throws an error. Yeah, although, sure enough, this one, it is just going to get that message and then it's going to call the other one to save it. And the reason why I'm not doing, because Azure Functions has an output binding for table storage, right? No, I shouldn't send, because here, the message is getting sent from another place. This is getting the delivery confirmation. So this won't send that message at all. At least in here, it won't send that message at all. All right, I need to go back to the private screen here a second, because we got to copy something. Not that one. I need to copy this one, I think. Yeah. Copy that, paste it here. Grant you, I've already doxed myself once, but you know, I won't keep on doxing myself. There we go. All right, and then this will be settings dot. Oh, shoot. Just a second. I have to fix the namespace. Come on, button. There it goes. Wow, that was a delay. All right, so Edgewares is making a career change to software development. Been doing some free online classes and got accepted today in the coding bootcamp. What is your best piece of advice? Keep your mind open, because there's a lot to learn. Oh, I don't know why that's a problem. Why is it not picking this up? Oh, because this has got new. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the I think that's one of the things to think about, right? Is the whole is the whole keep an open mind. There's a lot to learn, and don't don't get easily frustrated because there's a lot to learn, right? Although, I mean, you've already been learning some things, right? That's the best device I can give you as you're starting off. So you're confused by Event Grid Service Bus. Oh, hey, Phil, thank you for, sure enough, let's take that another step further. Let's see here. Although I do think, I think I'm having some network issues. It's looking like how long it's taking me to get the .NET Rocks. Goodness gracious. What is their, I forgot what their, it's a WAP. Is it show, or is it just the number? Of course, as slow as all my stuff is going. Well, that might eventually show up. Is it popped up me? Yeah, I couldn't remember. I hear him say it all the time, but is it show and then? Well, there you go. Yeah. So sure enough, I mean, these guys do an awesome job. I mean, this podcast is just amazing. Highly recommended. Anyone who's in .NET should be listening to this podcast. I say that, not everyone, not everyone learns well from audio, right? But you know, like, here you go. Like, oh well, Phil, then I know where you live. Not the, I mean, what I say, I you know, I grant you. Everyone knows where. Well, Kublik, thank you for coming. Yeah. Well, I was going to out you. I mean, grant you. Rich is pretty open where he lives. I mean, at least city and such. All right. So, well, I missed this comment here. So, wish .NET didn't have so much spacing with curly brackets. It wastes so much vertical space. So, let me take that comment here. I would say waste, or does it make it easier to read, right? Now, I mean, with that being said, you know, you'll see, you know, if you watch me code long enough, you'll see that, like if I have a conditional with just one line inside the conditional, I won't use the brackets, which is one to kind of take away some of that, you know, that white space, because at that point I think that's easier to read. But I think having this kind of spacing makes it, you know, I think improves the readability of it, right? All right. So we've created this. Then we're going to say SMS service dot, how about we do like that? Service dot add delivery confirmation. And we're going to do new. Yeah, well, so here's the funny thing. It doesn't, but notice that Visual Studio really wants it to be that way, right? I mean, I did formatting, right? Control KD. Although, actually, I think there's an option to turn that off. All right, what I wanted to do, I want to say SMS service dot add delivery confirmation. Oh, I was saying earlier when we were starting to have our internet issues, I could use, so there's a binding within Azure Functions to save to table storage. The reason why I'm not using that is because here I'm doing an upsert, all right? Because the record itself already exists. I'm actually adding delivery confirmation. All right, so we're going to say add delivery confirmation, new SMS message. No, I want to do it. Sorry. Well, that's fine. But we're going to say message delivery port. Oops. Message delivery port from message delivery port to. Did I not put these values in here? Okay, let's look at again. Let's make sure I've got this right. It is from, it's to. So I need to add, I didn't have that string here from before. So public string to. That's because actually I copied this. Where I copied this was originally doing, oh, I didn't even add this other stuff. Public string delivery status. Public string status details. Come on. So it was funny because I was when we were talking about me working on this, and I said, "Oh, I'll do it on stream," and then goodness gracious, of course, it also doesn't help Visual Studio's just give me fists tonight, and I was like, well, it's going to take 3 or 4 times, when I do it on a stream. Because, there's a lot of conversations. Oh, I'd be willing to bet. I might have lost folks again. Oops. All right, I think we're back. Oh, my computer's doing something funky tonight. Oh, you're here? Okay. Because I definitely got other network errors. Like, I can't be out of music already. I loaded like 5 hours of music. But the music stopped. Well, let's get some more music going here. I was going to say, I definitely see myself frozen there a little bit. Music should be starting back up. It stopped. But I just restarted some more music. Okay. Code window. I'm going to disable Ghost Doc. I don't really think Ghost Doc's causing all my issues, but I wonder if it is. All right. Delivery status. We got the received timestamp. Message ID from to message. Okay. Ghost Docs. Delivery port message ID, and then in here, oh yeah, Phil, you are correct. What am I looking for? Delivery status equals message delivery port dot delivery status. Detail. Interesting. Okay. And then the other one I want is receive timestamp. Okay. It's there. So now we've got those. And that is this whole function. That's all this function is going to do. It's going to get that delivery report, and it's going to go save it. It's going to basically it's going to update the message with this delivery information. That's really what we care about.
Thank you for following. Welcome to TaleLearnCode.
Super user, thank you for that follow. Wow, 6 to 12 inches. That's a good amount of snow. I mean, you don't really. I don't think you usually get that kind of snow there. If I stated that correctly. Like, I know Seattle is always shocked when they get snow. Hey, you like that alert? Hey, Sarah, it's been a while.
Sorry, I couldn't quite.
And of course, you got to set off Siri again. So, Sarah, how have you been? Because I have not seen you streaming for a while. At least I haven't noticed you streaming for a while. And maybe, I don't know, maybe you've been streaming every night. And I just have missed it. So let me give an update of what a geeky girl Siri, yeah. So for those who don't know, I mean, so definitely, goodness, do a shout out here. You know, definitely check out Geek Girl at some point. She does a really awesome job on her streams. Like I said, I haven't seen her stream for a while, but it might be just me missing it. I've also been swamped recently. I have not been on Twitch as much during the day as I used to be. Yeah. So, yeah. So, and thank you, Phil. I was about to say, so just give an update for folks who have been joining in. Awesome. Cool. Well, I look forward to seeing you stream again. So, like I said, everyone definitely check out, go give Geek Girl Sarah a follow. And, when yes, SMS spammy, exactly. And then when she starts streaming again, you'll definitely want to check that out. So sure enough, what we're doing in particular, so Azure has this newer service, Azure Communication Services. Oh, cool. A couple PRs to review. And we have some need for this where I work at, right? And yeah, SMS spamming, essentially, right? Although, I mean, really, at least our initial intent is, receiving a message and taking action on it, right? So we build software solutions for retirement communities. So maybe something like I should say senior living communities. I need to get my language correct, but so someone could send a message, hey, how much does a room at such and such community cost, right? And we were able to send probably like some generic information, and then probably call you 1,000 times to get that sell. And so sure enough, what we've done so far, I mean, Wednesday we did some discovery work. Tonight we're actually writing kind of more of a componentized type thing. So we've got it that we can send messages. And right now what we're doing is we're writing an Azure function that will wait for that delivery receipt, and then we'll add in delivery status information, right? So that's what we were working on. So now what I need to do is I need to publish this function. But before I publish that function, I'm going to take a look at something real quick. So in here, I have the SMS function. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and delete this one here, because I'm trying to remember something here. So when I add this in here, I'm not going to actually be able to add this all the way just yet. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So I got the message because like a minute after I turned it back off airplane mode, I don't think now, grant you, at this point, I have no idea because I actually lost track of which message ID was which. Oh, you know what? We should be able to see the messages, right? So somewhere in here is the message. I thought. Do message from to delivery. No, that message is not in here, which means I'm actually glad Phil asked that question before I deployed this, because I would have actually ended up wiping out something in there. So I need to handle that a little bit better. Yeah, but considering it's a delivery confirmation for a message I sent. No, the weird part is I could have swore I saw it in there, but it's definitely not in there. So I need to do something a little bit different. We need to go back to, let's see, we need to go to SMS message, and we need to see public static void, not void, SMS message, retrieve. And in here, see, this will be Azure Storage. Well, before we do that, we'll do string to phone number, not to, from phone number, because that's our partition key. From name, phone number, and then string. Well, yeah, but you know what? It's kind of funny how the brain, because I saw that. I didn't read it well wooed. I saw wood. Because, you know, your brain actually automatically fills in mistakes. All right, and then I want Azure Storage. No, I want message ID. And then Azure Storage settings. Okay, and then we're going to, there's our retrieve from, okay, so what we're going to do, oops, let's fix that casing. Actually, look at my other code real quick. Well, I don't have to remember how I do it. I just so we're going to say SMS message results equals Azure Storage helper get Azure Storage helper get table client Azure Storage settings. And really, I shouldn't have that table name hard coded. Get table. No, I already had that. Dot query. SMS message. And then we're going to say T dot partition key equals get partition key. No, that was a method for that. The from phone number. Oops. And T dot row key equals message ID. And then this is going to be, darn it. Single or default. Okay, why are you not liking this? So, Yeah, Phil, actually, as I'm writing all this, I really need to fix some other things. But like I said, right now, I'm just trying to get it working because actually, it really should have some more of that. There's several things like, oh, this is not really how I want this. But okay, why? What was wrong here? Singular default. I'm a little bit confused here. I grant you, this code's going to have a whole other set of problems. That's my message. Okay, partition key here is just from phone number. The row key is message ID. Okay, I swear I have no idea why I was getting that weird error a moment ago. I swear it's the same code. All right, if results doesn't equal null, then we're going to return no, the partition key is the from phone number. Oh. No. Well, it's just going to return results. Actually, this can just return results. So the reason why it's from phone number is because I'm partitioning it. Oh. There. It's supposed to be the from that one. Although that's a good question, right? Should it be the from or the to? It actually might make sense. Because a from phone number would be a large group. The to phone number would be a much smaller group. Yes. And Phil, that's what I'm starting to think about. But I'm trying to think of why I wouldn't want the to from number. Grant you, I thought I was using the from. Not really. Yeah, I think the to actually does make sense. How many phone number are you speaking about? The from phone numbers? There could be. Well, I mean, it's in an account, in a storage account. There could be 30 to there could be around I think 1,000. Depending on. Well, so it really would depend on the number. So we would be creating a different storage account for each customer, right? So to keep customers' data outside of each other, right? So each customer would have their own storage account. And now, grant you, at some point we could have one community, a customer that is one community, right? Now, grant you, that's not what we're targeting. That's not really It's kind of expensive for for a one community organization. It would definitely be overkill for a one community organization, and there really aren't a whole lot of that anymore, anyways. The nice thing about using the two phone number as opposed to, so I was originally thinking about, right, that way I'm also grouping it by community, right? Because those phone numbers would be by community. But then I was thinking about it, the other thing, these companies have multiple communities inside the same city, right? So someone could be inquiring, a consumer could be inquiring about multiple communities. I could. Well, for now, I'll leave it as two. And again, this is proof of concept. This isn't, we don't even have a whole lot of use cases. I mean, right now, really, the use case is, receive a message, send a message, right? I mean, that's pretty much what the use case is, right? Because, again, it's proof of concept at this point. All right, so I'll continue to use two phone number, and we could, if we go forward with this, then we can discuss that to include, because it, as cheap as table storage is, it could make sense to do that. All right, so that will retrieve it. So now in here, in here. Well, I need to do a couple things. One, not that. This one. This one. There we go. So there is no message, but I think we do have everything else. There's a message ID, there's a from, there's a to, there's a status, delivery status, receive time. There's also the delivery attempts. I'm not going to bother with that. Okay, so with that consideration, let's do a build. No, I didn't. Well, it's all right. We'll do a build, but I actually need to do something else. Okay, I wasn't expecting errors, but we'll look at that here in a moment. All right, so I fixed that. So then I want to... Oh, that's the reason why. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. And we'll be fixing that problem here in a second. So we want to say... SMS message. SMS message equals SMS service dot not add. Oh, I know I'm having a problem here. I have to go back to SMS service. And here we'll wait for the computer to catch back up. Goodness gracious. This computer is really slowing me down tonight. like really bad. And like, I don't even know if I'm broadcasting at this point because I see my stream manager frozen. Goodness, come on. All right, looks like we're caught back up. I don't know what is going on. Let's check Task Manager again. Yeah, I wasn't sure because it was just my computer was freezing. But it's funny, OBS didn't freeze up the whole time. I don't think my CPU is really at 100%. I don't care what you say. Or if it is, then... Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Just checking... Well, we can close Synergy. If I can... If I can stay on it long enough to get to it, I'll close Synergy. Okay, it was just a process anyways. All right. Yeah, nothing. Okay, everything's... Even the disk is behaving. Or no, that disk is not behaving. That means... Stupid disk one. Alright, well... We're going to see how much longer I'm going to deal with this. Because, this, like I said, this computer's kind of upsetting me tonight. Public void... receive or retrieve, not void. I need to be a public SMS message. Retrieve sent message. String to phone number. String message ID. Return SMS message dot retrieve to phone number message ID Azure Storage settings. Okay. And then back into the function. We're going to say SMS message equals SMS service dot retrieve set message. And then this will be message delivery. This computer's telling me I've worked too much this week. I don't know. This is getting ridiculous. Ryan, actually, I have drank 3 bottles of water. I have no more water to drink. I actually don't. I don't need to go to the bathroom right now. All right. So here we got that. Then, so instead of a new SMS message, Well, okay. Then we're going to say SMS message dot delivery status equals message delivery report delivery status SMS message. Goodness. Delivery status detail equals message status delivery status details. SMS message received. Well, if I was going so the reason why I don't go get more water is I don't feel like going downstairs right now. So I have to go downstairs to bust out the bourbon. Receive timestamp. All right, and now here. SMS message. And you know, actually, I'm going to just see if this works. I actually would do this differently, right? Because look, right here, I'm requiring the function to go get that message. There's really, remember, let's make that change. This add delivery confirmation should be doing this piece right here. So that's actually, so instead of that, we'll say string to phone number and string message ID. And then we're going to have string delivery status, string delivery status detail, and string install mini fridge. You know, way back when, I had a mini fridge in my desk. Actually at an office, I had a mini fridge right underneath my desk. That was back in the days when I would drink Mountain Dew like all day long. Received timestamp. Okay, and then here, actually, I don't know why I did that. Copy that, paste that in there, and then this is going to be that. There we go. And then we're going to say SMS message dot save. Whoops. SMS message. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. SMS message dot save. SMS message Azure Storage settings. Okay. Then we go back to the function stuff, and it's going to now do message delivery. Yeah. Message delivery report dot to message delivery report dot message ID message delivery report dot delivery status details, and then message delivery report dot receive timestamp. And we get rid of that. Get rid of no. Okay. See, we made our function a little bit simpler, right? Just that one task. Well, two tasks, because first we're going to we're going to deserialize this, and then we're going to, then we're going to add that information there. So that is easy peasy. All right, so now we're ready to deploy this. Because the one hard part with this is I can't test this locally. Oh, hold on. I got errors. I don't even know why that was in there. Wait a second. What? Okay, hold on a second. I made a mistake. How I did that, I don't know. I could have swore I did a copy and paste. Copy, paste. There we go. All right. Now I'll do a build. Okay, there, I built. I didn't even notice it. All right, now we can deploy this. So we're gonna, and again, I'm just doing a straight publish. Right-click publish. For a real production app, you would want to, use Azure DevOps or GitHub Actions or or whatever you're using. Hello. Try it again. Publish. Oh, I didn't even see that start thing there. Okay, so we're going to do to Azure. Azure Function App Windows. Cool, it's in the right account. So Azure Subscription 1, resource. Okay, so we're just waiting for it to get the information. There we go. So again, we're going to deploy it right there, which means it's going to wipe out the existing Azure function, which is fine. Because the code is actually still sitting here, so it's not like I'm losing anything. Goodness gracious. Arrogant, or is that from before? I think that's from before. This output here, it might be deployed. I don't know why. This should already be configured. I don't know why I'm having to reconfigure App Insights. But I want it in there because I'm using it as a validation that things are hitting. Sorry, I'm looking over at the Stream Manager, and I've seen the closed captions, which is horribly off. No one dares museum as political thing. I didn't say anything like that. Okay, this is taking forever. While I'm waiting for that, let's just go to port. Let's see if did that Azure function deploy? Yeah, I just had to leave this window, then it finished up. All right, so everything should be deployed now. Okay. And we oh. I did see that I got the purple screen for a second there. All right, there we go. Now, yeah, now it should be published. Now we refresh this list. Come on, refresh the list. Functions. There we go. Now we see SMS delivery confirmation. So now if we go over here, we add an event description. SMS delivery confirmation. So you need to give it a name. Then we go here. We're just gonna do delivery report received. Then we're gonna select our endpoint. So it's gonna be Azure function. Select an endpoint. Just wait, and then because it's the only function I have in here right now, it'll pick it. And now we're gonna create. All right, so now that's created. We can now watch it. So we should see stuff there. This portal slow again. I don't know. I do wonder if like my network speeds are just slow. Like this is going ridiculous. Come on. I was going to say, I'm doing a quick test on the phone, and sure enough, I'm not getting my full bandwidth right now. So that might be causing some of my problems. But this here should not be a bandwidth issue. It's like App Insights is having issues. All right, I don't really need to see App Insights running. That would be nice. Let's just go to the function. Code and test. Yeah, look at this. App Insights just like frozen. Of course, now, although they did some improvements to this, but Azure Functions sometimes it just can be dog slow. But I think something's going on here. All right, there we go. So that's running. That's still trying to catch up. We're gonna run this, and that's all I wanted to see. I just wanted to get it connected, because that way I'll see a log here in a moment. All right, so let's give this a test. Let's go here. Let's just close everything. Okay. Again, our phone number doesn't matter because we're overriding the phone number right now. And in here, we're going to say our message will be delivery report testing. Okay. So I should send the SMS. There is the message. I fill on my watch. We're going to save that ID there because we're going to need that. All right. So there we go. Look, here we see executing. So which means we should already see interesting. I don't see the delivery report here. 5 AAC. Well, that's a bit odd. It's really odd. Because this fired, right? And let's see here. Let's go to here. Refresh. Table storage for the win. And huh? Oh, maybe I have not gotten that confirmation yet. And maybe I already got this confirmation? Which would explain I don't see it. I don't see the confirmation over here. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I think we have it working. Right, I still have another piece that I would like to get working before Monday, but my computer's frustrating me. So I think we're gonna end it at that. I'm gonna be working on this again tomorrow. I may or may not stream. We'll see here. Let's take a look at who we can Who can we raid? Of course, now I can't get that to load correctly. You know, this is just the way how my evening's going. Maybe. All right, we're gonna go to our buddy Caldo Creation.
Hey, got it. Take home.
If you've never been to Caldo, it's always a lot of fun here. Definitely make sure you participate in the. Make sure you do your attack. Yep, I notice again. I apologize, can't go longer, but this computer's just driving me crazy. So I'm just gonna call it tonight at that. All right, everyone. I will be back. Like I said, I may or may not stream tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I will be streaming tomorrow night. Bricks with Chad. But TaleLearnCode for sure will be back Monday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you all.
Page